All right, I am live. Send out going live message. We'll continue case 2. Like well, if it's not super long, should be able to get through the rest of case 2 today. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how long it is, but I feel like it. Oh, hey there, Tavio. Yeah, it's because I'm tabbed off screen. Okay, I think that's everywhere. Oh, right. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, actually the game broke right away. I shouldn't jinx it. Let's see. Alright, so last time... everybody's a necromancer. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't think it's the twins. I don't think they did it. I'm sort of thinking it's the headmaster because he's pretty sus. Let's see. He was a little surprised when Wallace was chosen as the suspect. Oh, you know what? I wonder if he was surprised because he meant for the twins to take the fall. I just thought of that. That would explain that. Because like I said, I don't think the twins were the ones that killed him. They were probably used to cover it up. Or, well, killed her. Bellwether. And I feel like that smelly smell that smells smelly in the room is probably going to have a more importance than we've given it so far. Headmaster said something about he's come so far already or something like that. And I almost wonder if he had Bellwether killed because of something to do with that, whatever he was trying to make. So that's my theory so far. Alright, we're just about to go into trial here for the first time. Let's see. Alright, just FYI. Hopefully I won't keel over. It's allergy season. And I'm starting to feel the effects of both allergies and the allergy medicine that I started taking like 2 days ago. So yeah. Yay. Yay indeed. Alright. It was time for trial, and my heart was thundering against my chest like a drum. Luckily, I'd been reading about some meditative techniques after what happened last time. I just needed to take deep breaths and relax. I breathed in. I breathed out. I breathed in. Hi, Tyrion. Ah, Celeste. Don't sneak up on me like that. Are your nerves acting up again? Come on. It's not as if this is your first time defending someone. No, it's just my second time. It's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. Yeah, we got Ares to worry about, and then Ruby's doing something. Hey there, Jeremy. I'm here to tell you that as not strangers, how do you make friends? That's the neat part, you don't. You just never talk to anyone. Become Hikikomori. Stay in your room forever. Friends of friends might not count as strangers. True. The workaround. I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but there's so many people here, and they're all looking at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. What lovely imagination. Okay. Ew. I needed to calm down. I was just making Wallace more nervous. Good job, Tyrion. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. Actually, that was true. I really had nothing to worry about. Well, now you jinxed it, Tyrion. Next guys talking. See the easier, so what do you do? Dang, I just feel unimaginative now. See? You can be confident when you want to be. Chaos! Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready. Very well. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Mr. Nightgrave is a second-year student at the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. He is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy. Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer? Ermagerd, I can't believe it. A necromancer in this day and age? How could the kingdom allow this to happen? Hey, by the way, everybody, priests are just necromancers that do healing. Objection! Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they are obligated to judge my client objectively. Of course. But one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges. Well, I can put that to rest right away. But yeah, not a great start. Indeed. The crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses to the crime, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds. Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, an alchemist report shows no signs of poison or disease. One could only conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. I see. As many of you know, the practice of advanced necromancy is outlawed in the Kingdom of Wyvern Guard. Aside from the defendant, no other student had learned advanced necrotic magic.
As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the murder.
Oh yeah, but I don't think I mentioned this yet, but... So the headmaster was supposed to facilitate Wallace's learning of necromancy. It was never stated that the headmaster knew necromancy, but I feel like it's pretty likely, especially if he can actually supply Wallace with enough study materials. Like, he could have his own library or something, but at the same time, why would he have all that stuff if he's not going to use it? You could say he's just collecting stuff, but at the same time, really? That's a bit of a flimsy defense there.
I see. That is certainly compelling evidence. To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand.
It's our buddy Orm.
Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings.
Yeah. Don't want to bully Orm anymore. I would like to say he's doing his best, but I don't know if he really is. So... It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked, and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be the necromancer kid that did it.
The Inquisition's testimony was just as I'd expected. I'd already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case.
Who's Orm White? He is the guy in charge of basically the police. The investigative department. So, he's not very good at his job. He just likes to put mages behind bars. He doesn't look into things too well. He doesn't like mages. All I had to do was find that hole in the commander's testimony. Basically Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, pretty much.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Also, like, weirdly incompetent and pitiful. Yeah. Alright, it started when the City Watch... Okay, someone was attacked. Let's press him for all the stuff.
What time did this call come in?
A little after 3 p.m. It was a few minutes after the murderer was discovered.
Right. I remember that was around the time the lockdown occurred.
Put a perimeter around the area. Okay, waited for it to deactivate. This Detective Gumshoe. I don't know, is Detective Gumshoe in a bunch of games or just like one? I mean, like I said, I've never really played the Ace Attorney games myself. I can't remember if I've seen him in any more than one game or not. Oh, he's in pretty much all of them? Not all, but most. Okay. Yeah, so he's a recurring character.
The lockdown couldn't be ended manually, so they must have been forced to wait for an hour until it was lifted. How secure was this perimeter? Is it possible that someone slipped past you? The Inquisition was working in conjunction with the City Watch and the King's Guard. With that many soldiers at the scene, it's very unlikely that anyone escaped unnoticed. That made sense. For better or for worse, the kingdom must have acted quickly to protect a building filled with the children of every noble family. Is there 1, 4... And I'm not sure what the other... AAI? Not sure what that one is. 1 and 2? Okay. 6 out of 8. Okay. But yeah, from what I've seen of him, Gumshoe looks like a decent guy, just not great at his job either. So yeah, I could sort of see the overlap. A4 is only a flashback. Oh, rip. Okay, prosecutor personally inspected the body, detected traces of necromancy. Why did the prosecutor inspect the body instead of the Inquisition? Well... Objection! How I chose to lead the investigation is irrelevant to the proceedings. I mean, he's got a point, though? Like, you're supposed to have a neutral third party? In this case, the Inquisition? Investigate this stuff, so it is... Like, I would trust Arya Steelwind that she wouldn't cover anything up or add anything to it, but at the same time... Yeah, just to be fair, and have everything, hopefully, completely fair, you'd want a third party to investigate. Your Honor, the autopsy report is outdated. Oh, didn't you get the new autopsy report? Or would you like to insinuate that I'm not as competent as Commander White? Oh, by no means am I trying to insinuate that. I'm not trying to insult you, Lobel. It's not a question of your competency, Steelwind. I just find your actions to be bizarre, given how you usually work. While the court admits that the prosecutor's actions are unorthodox, we find the presence of a necromancer to be an unorthodox situation. Okay, that is clearly biased, Judge. But you're the judge, so alright. I see no reason to question the prosecutor's actions. Yeah, I've seen the autopsy. That's the only reason I know about the autopsy report meme. Thank you, Your Honor. Alright, no cuts or bruises on the body. The entire body was clean. How carefully was the body checked? Perhaps the prosecution missed something like a small puncture wound. The coroner couldn't find even the smallest cut, bruise, or fracture on the body. Furthermore, the alchemist's report showed no signs of poison or disease. The necromancy spell had obfuscated the post-mortem divination. I spared no expense to verify the cause of death through other means. That made sense. If someone had used mend wounds on the body, it would have healed even the most minor of injuries. So how do I prove that someone healed the body? Well, there's a pool of blood. Okay, those two pieces of evidence concluded it could only be the necromancer kid who did it. And the prosecution believes that my client used necrotic blight? Yep. It's the only way that crime scene makes any sense. Necrotic blight? I'm afraid I've never heard of this spell before. Necrotic blight is a spell that drains the life force from its target. When used on a living human, It makes their bodily functions cease. Their body dies soon after. I see. What a horrible spell. That Connor should never have been allowed to learn something like that. I thought there would be more protection against children learning this. Wallace's spell compendium really wasn't doing him any favors. There really is a large stigma against necromancers, isn't there? Does Wallace even know that? I mean, I don't know how this magic stuff works, but I feel like it would be possible that it's useful in learning healing. For instance, just off the top of my head, you could, if you could manage to learn how to transfer life force, but not take all of it, maybe? So, like, take somebody really healthy, transfer a bit of life force to somebody else who really needs it at that moment, but, like, don't take all of the other person's life force, you know? That kind of thing. Maybe adjust the spell to make it more useful medically. Huh? Life and death, two sides of a coin. We already collected a lot of evidence after investigating the crime scene. We already know that the Inquisition's theory contradicts one of the clues that we found. Right. All I have to do is present that contradiction to the court. Okay. Someone was attacked, whole building locked down, perimeter around the area. Inspected the body, detected traces of necromancy on it. No cuts of okay. So I'm guessing there's 2 points that I want to present evidence on. Well, okay, maybe not 2. Okay, which one do I want to present on, though? Traces of necromancy or no cuts or bruises? Tested Demir and touched himself? What? Wait, what's Demir? I'm not sure what that reference is. I'm gonna go with the necromancy one, I guess, because necromancy? Oh, that's revive. Mend wounds, there we go. Okay. I don't know, it could work for either one though, but... Objection! Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory. And this piece of evidence proves it. I fail to see how that proves anything, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, I guess you're right. Oh, okay. Or actually, maybe this is not the time when I'm supposed to present mend wounds. The entire body was clean. Demir is a magic spell from Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. A spell that causes something the caster touches to vanish from sight. Okay. It's more of an illusory magic. I mean, that is possible, though. If somebody here did something similar, because we have illusion mages. For instance, Eris is an illusion mage. Well, at least so far as we're told. Okay. There was a pool of blood. This is strange, because she wouldn't have been wounded by necrotic blight. Yeah, illusion. Mage. Objection! Commander White, it appears that you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene.
Yeah, and what's that?
During your testimony, you said the entire body was clean. I will admit that there weren't any wounds on the body. However, the body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. This blood had to have come from the victim's body, and it was certainly not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I fail to see the significance of this. I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They're accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all? Gasp.
Enjoy Arya's bored face. Yeah. I feel like maybe she's predicted this to a certain degree, because from the first case, he's already sort of displayed that part of the reason she prosecutes is so that the truth can come to light, and so yeah, this is just a better way to show people what actually happened, I guess. Just do it by the book. I don't know. But anyway, so she probably figured this was going to happen. At least to a certain degree.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The fact still stands. There were no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements in this case. But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a bloodstain on the body? You have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind? No. I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant.
Spell would leave a trace of necromancy.
So tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, if the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body?
I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. Mend wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell? That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend wounds is, in fact, a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. The trap? I don't think so. Like, so in this setting, most people don't know that necromancy can also heal. There's this gigantic stigma against necromancers because people just consider them mages of death. And it's like forbidden to learn anything about necromancy. So it's a pretty corrupt system. Like, the priests can also use necromancy, but they just do healing, so they sort of keep it hush-hush. Yippee! But anyway, like I said, Arya is trying to bring the truth to light through her prosecution. At least in part. Or that's part of what drives her. So I'm pretty sure, at least for this first part, she's probably guiding the case a little bit. Like, okay, I present this, and then he'll present this, showing that necromancy isn't all bad, yada yada. I could be wrong, and maybe she's just a little incompetent, but I'd like to think of it that way. Okay. Now, I'd like the court to consider the following.
What would happen if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using mend wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. I see. That does make sense.
Objection!
Do you think that I'm incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted. What? The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using mend wounds. The healers that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her.
Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it?
Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. He could have cast mend wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation. At the end of the day, the burden of proof was on us. But if I could prove someone else healed the body, I would sever the only thread linking Wallace to the murder. Whoever this healer was, Valentina definitely knew her. Your Honor, I will admit that I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been 2 people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Iannis, the sisters who discovered the body.
Yes. Was the argument that Cuthbert healed them after they're dead and leave behind the trace of necromancy and never report it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly why they did it.
I think these sisters tried to cover it up that way, but I'm thinking they were directed by someone else to do that. Okay. Regardless of the killer, you'll be a necromancer? Yeah. But then I think that's where we'll... I don't know if it'll come up in this trial, but I'm guessing that's where the illusion magic is going to come into play. Because Bellwether, the victim, had illusion magic cast on her. Well, I mean, we as the player know that, but there was also the... Hold on. Okay, yeah, we as the player can sort of... I don't know if we've actually been told, but we can intuit that she had illusion magic cast on her. Or no. There was traces of necromancy and illusion magic on her, so everybody knows. That's right. And yet that hasn't been brought up at all. So... yeah, I don't know if we'll use it in this first trial, but I think we'll be able to shift the blame onto whoever used illusion magic on her. And Wallace, I do not think knows any illusion magic. Okay, sorry, he knows illusory disguise. Okay, so I can't really use that as defense. Yeah, on the target. Okay, but we do have some evidence to suggest that it was not Wallace who used illusion magic. Because Jan, the janitor, did testify that Bellwether was like wobbling around and speaking louder than she needed to, and telling him to quiet down even though he didn't say anything. So I guess there's no concrete evidence, but we can imply that like a different illusion spell was used on her. His disguise wouldn't do that.
Alright. This is nonsense. We've already questioned those two witnesses extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony. If that's true, then the courts have nothing to lose by hearing their testimonies. Very well. If you're so confident, let's hear her testimony.
It seems the prosecution has no objections. If this line of questioning leads nowhere, however, I see no reason to further prolong this trial.
Of course, Your Honor.
This segment where a culprit uses multiple spells. At first I thought that's where case 1 was going to go, but in the end he only used, like, I guess one spell. But yeah, also, unless you can use them in quick succession, some spells you can, some spells you can't. In this universe, you can only cast one spell at a time, I think. Or is that only if it's concentration? Like if the spell requires concentration? I mean, I guess it's only if the spell requires concentration, because an instant spell was instant. But you still can't cast them at the same time, though. Whatever. Anyway, I'm splitting hairs. Mood Matrix. Eh? It's that guy from before. Hi, it's me. I'm the guy.
What? He's the necromancer's lawyer?
He just arrived at the stand, and she was already stressed out. That would work in my favor.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right. It's just that guy over there. Are you talking about Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness?
Wait a minute.
Yeah. He super harassed me.
Mr. Cuthbert, I would expect someone of your profession to behave more professionally. I could hear Celeste snickering under her breath. You're enjoying this far too much. Anyways, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Yanis.
Calm down. He can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Yanis. I'm the head chef at Wyverngard Imperial Academy.
Really? And at such a young age?
As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Miss Yanis. In this courtroom, you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment.
Dang. Even Arya's going along with it. Well, I mean, I guess she was the one that suggested in the first place.
Now, please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was. That's when we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she'd already lost too much blood.
Hey there, Tobi Otonabe, or Ona Tabe? Ace harasser. Ooh. He's never gonna get rid of these allegations, is he? Rip.
If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. He's holding something back.
She definitely saw more than she's letting on. Notice we didn't actually... Oh, that's right. We sort of dismantled his argument, but... Or, well, not his argument, but his evidence, but... Yeah. We didn't really bother him this time.
I just needed to prove that somehow.
Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination.
Alright. Where were you two coming from? We came from the kitchen. We were taking a break after the lunch rush.
The cafeteria was on the west side of the academy, so that made sense.
What did you see in the classroom, Miss Yanis?
Okay, saw Bellwether bleeding on the ground. Did you notice anything else strange in the lecture hall?
Well, there was that terrible smell. It was awful. I almost couldn't see because of how much I was tearing up.
It makes sense. Aside from Bellwether, that smell was the most notable thing in that room. It would have been hard to notice anything else.
Sister tried her best to help her. Professor already lost a lot of blood.
She tried to help her? Miss Yanis, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether?
What? I slipped up. Oh, my sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding.
I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, use first aid, applied pressure to a wound. Yeah, there it is. What wound? She barely affording instant noodles, salary guys, count isn't common, and you're getting... Yeah, I don't know, maybe in some ways, this place is a little more corrupt. I don't know, has he gotten a pay cut? Orm, I mean? Your sister knows how to use a first aid kit?
Yeah, it was covered in our training when we first started working there. With all the nobles around, I guess the headmaster wanted to make sure we were prepared.
Okay, sister did that, use an emergency communication device, call for help. A device?
It's a communication device for use in an emergency.
I see. So who did you contact?
I wasn't sure, honestly. I could hear a lot of people talking on the other end. That particular device broadcasts to the headmaster's office and the City Watch barracks. I imagine that's why the headmaster was able to activate the lockdown so quickly.
I see. Okay, it was too late by the timer stopped bleeding. Already lost too much blood. I see. That must have been a difficult experience for both of you.
It was especially hard on my sister. I think she blames herself for not being able to save her.
She seemed sincere when she said that. I didn't catch any dissonant thoughts through the eye either. Interesting. Maybe this wasn't an intentional cover-up.
Honestly, her testimony makes a lot of sense. It's hard to figure out which parts she might be lying about.
There has to be a contradiction here somewhere.
Your theory is that Valentina saw someone use mend wounds on Bellwether. You should focus on the statements and describe how they both interacted with her. Alright. I think the one that I need to present for is this. What wound?
Objection!
Witness, what is the meaning of this? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Yanis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you? No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there. Huh? But yeah. I feel like Arya sort of set this up in the background, because why else would she tell Valentina to wait there? I considered myself lucky. This wouldn't have been nearly as easy if Valentina had seen my cross-examination of Orym. You see, Miss Yanis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it. Yeah? So? So, that begs the following question. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body? What? Oh no, did I screw up? I saw that wound on her. What happened? Oh? Wait, she doesn't know her sister used mend wounds. Huh. There's clearly something amiss here. But I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? When someone lied, they kept it as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure she saw a wound on Bellwether. She also mentioned that Valerie was the one who tried to save the professor. I knew that someone had cast healing magic on the body. That's why the wounds disappeared. If the wounds disappeared after the twins discovered the body, that could only mean one thing. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Yanis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds. Get out, perjury. Oh no, she'll get a slap on the wrist. But yeah, she wasn't lying about everything. Okay, so she... I forget the exact situation, but her sister healed her before. So... she should know that mend wounds was... or that her sister knew mend wounds, but I guess she just didn't realize that she used mend wounds on Bellwether's body. But I feel like this should be enough grounds to call Valerie into court. And then we can probably dismantle her testimony. Maybe she doesn't know it works on dead people? Well, let's see. Was she actually dead, though? So, I mean, Valerie was applying first aid. First aid doesn't work on dead people either. So... I'm assuming that she was just very close to death at the time? But anyway, at that point, they probably wouldn't have assumed that she was dead.
Either they just didn't know she was dead, or they didn't think she was dead. Because otherwise they wouldn't have tried to use first aid. And she said that Valerie did seem regretful that she couldn't save Bellwether. So that means Valerie probably thought she was alive too. I think. Anyway. Well, she didn't use first aid. She used magic.
How did he figure it out?
Wait. But, okay, that her thoughts here imply that she did know that Mend Wounds was used on the body. Or that her sister used Mend Wounds. Or, well, she could be surprised that he figured out that Valerie can use Mend Wounds.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed.
How so, Steelwind?
Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters is a mage.
What?
Wait, how could you be so sure? During the investigation, we had both the Anna sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses. Aw?
Okay. How does this work? Because her sister clearly knows Mend Wounds. I mean, she used it on Valentina. Spell compendiums can't be held by another mage for more than 10 minutes. Because it'll attune to them. But in that case, they would have some spells in there. So then they wouldn't be able to say that neither of them are a mage. I could go out on a limb. All we know is that she learned Mend Wounds, and I'm not sure if I'm just assuming that she probably found that from Wallace's partially destroyed grimoire. But if he had illusory disguise in his grimoire, could she have made the spell compendium's pages blank through illusory disguise? I wonder. I don't know, that's the only thing I can think of right now. Then that means neither of the Anna sisters could attune to a compendium. Wait a minute, no. There's a much simpler explanation, there could be. They couldn't tell the difference between the sisters. All we had to do was have one hold 2 books. But how are we going to prove that?
Aha, that's right. The Inquisition checked us both. We're not mages. It was close.
Was I wrong about Valerie being a mage?
No.
That couldn't be right. Yeah, how do you figure it out?
Her thoughts said, how did he figure it out?
That meant I was on the right track. Valerie had to be the mage I was looking for.
Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid attuning to it? No, it just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid it with them watching you.
Right. Commander White may have been negligent sometimes, but even he wasn't that careless.
Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options.
But wait, I'm still not done cross-examining this witness.
What could you possibly hope to glean from her testimony?
Valentina was stressed out enough to see her thoughts, but I couldn't exactly say that I was planning to read her mind. And at this point, I felt that I was already testing the judge's patience. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination.
Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time.
I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to continue their cross-examination. Oh, dang. A rare moment of the judge siding with us? Surprising.
That was close.
But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial with your questioning, I will pass my verdict. He's a very good endeavor.
Of course, Your Honor.
All right. It was all or nothing. If I couldn't find anything by reading her mind, this whole case was finished.
Witness, please give your testimony once more. Okay. How long does he plan to keep me up here? Like I said, my sister and I saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. I was definitely surprised when I saw her like that. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. Can't go back on that now. I just need to play dumb.
Well, I mean, conflicting testimonies. I can't really call that out, or it's nothing substantial enough to call out.
My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Oh, Valerie, you're too kind-hearted. We're not mages. Both of us held that book that the knight gave us. I was caught off guard when they asked us. They almost found us out.
Yeah, I'm thinking Valentina held the book twice. Or books. No, held both books. Yeah.
Commander was watching us the whole time. He can confirm it. Good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked.
Yeah. That's it.
What are we going to do? They have pretty hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage.
Poor guy, Rick, again. Yeah, how did they manage to pull that off while being watched? Like, I'm sorry, Orm, my guy, but it's not looking good for you right now. I'm gonna tear him a new one again. Man, I want to like Orm. Because he doesn't seem all bad. He just seems old and grizzled and tired of everything. Just sort of given up. But he still has some sense. He's not all bad. But man, he could really do a better job. Valerie is the mage we're looking for. I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition? Okay. Interpret. I guess that's what I need to do. Or wait, did I didn't press the statements, did I? Wait, did I press? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I didn't press the statements yet. Okay. That matched the details of her previous testimony. There was nothing suspicious there, but I had no reason to doubt this. Okay, I can't go back then. Saw no wounds. Press that. It sounds like you're just backtracking on your previous testimony. I'm not. I guess I just assumed she was wounded because of all the blood. How was I supposed to know she didn't have any wounds? There was so much blood. Her thoughts implied that she was lying, but her logic was sound. Yeah, it's not really something I can press on. I should look at the thoughts that appeared during her other statements. Try to save her, didn't use any magic. If Valerie wasn't the one who closed her wounds, how did she try to help her? I don't know. She might have been looking for an open wound to apply first aid to. But if we assume you're telling the truth, there wouldn't be any wounds to find. My client would have already closed them to confound the investigation. I'm telling you, I don't know. She's pleading ignorance of what happened. Okay, we're not mages, both held the book. They almost found them out? Can I assume this book was an unattuned spell compendium? Yes, the Inquisition has several of them. It's standard procedure to have witnesses attuned to them. But doesn't the kingdom require that mages register? Why don't you just cross-reference those records with the witnesses' names? For whatever reason, many mages among the common folk avoid registering with the kingdom. As a result, many of them choose to hide their abilities. You don't say. Okay, the commander was watching this the whole time, you can confirm it. It was a good thing that they're twins. Did you pull some kind of trick to deceive the Inquisition while attuning, Miss Ennis? Of course not. We know that lying to the Inquisition would get us in trouble. Why would either of us take a risk like that? Living as an unregistered mage is a serious crime. If Valerie was a mage, then you would have been charged with fraud right then and there. Yeah, but we already proved that we're not mages. The eye seems to differ, but I'd need something else to convince the court. Alright. I needed to think through this. This wasn't like a normal cross-examination. Nearly all of her thoughts were suspicious and contrary to her testimony.
What I needed to do was find the thought that gave me a thread to pull on. In this case, I would need to find the thought that implied how the twins tricked the commander. Once I found that, I could interpret it without the need for evidence. Alright. This one. Good thing that we're twins. Objection! Missianus, your thoughts betray you. What? I found the thought. They must have done something to trick Orm, but what? It must have happened when he was interrogating them. Orm collected their statements. How are they holding up? I imagine they'd be rattled after discovering a body. From what he said, they were extremely tense, but I suppose that's to be expected. He told me that they couldn't sit still. He found it difficult to take their statements because of that. Yeah, couldn't sit still. Okay. They couldn't sit still. That implied they were moving somehow. He also thought it was a good thing they were twins. How did the twins trick the Inquisition? This means their so-called trick wouldn't have worked otherwise. Valentina...
What if...
switched places with Valerie. Of course! They switched places! Valentina attuned to the first spell compendium. Then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. They even wear the same uniform. No wonder Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Missianus, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Yeah. That knight watched us do it. And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to those compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after another? What? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert. Yes, I agree. The spell compendiums would work regardless of what order they went in. You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valentina and Valerie Iannis are identical twins, which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. They also work in the same kitchen, which means they must have been wearing the same uniform during questioning. If Commander White didn't have them attuned at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other? Objection! This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. Orm wouldn't fail at such a basic task. Oh boy. My boy Orm. A moment of silence for this man. Poor naive Arya, yeah. I feel like this is one of the things she didn't catch. Like, surely Orm wouldn't be that bad at his job. Really, Prosecutor Steelwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this? That silence speaks volumes. Even so, the gift of magic is inherited through bloodlines. For a pair of genetically identical twins, it would be impossible for one twin to be a mage while the other is not. Huh. Oh wait. No, because it's just... Valentina probably has the ability, but just never learned. Maybe. Probably. Or, well... I don't know. How exactly does the spell compendium tuning work? Even if you don't know any spells, can it still attune to you? Does it show that it attuned to you? I mean... Anyway, I feel like it's just that Valentina didn't learn any spells. Think it wouldn't show? Yeah. So she probably has the ability. Just
not used.
Has that been proven, Steelwind? Because as far as I'm concerned, that is baseless conjecture.
You know, that's also a good point. Have they done research on this?
Wait a minute. This is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. I keep telling you, my sister and I aren't mages.
Then prove it, Miss Yanis. Bring in your sister and we'll have you attuned to 2 spell compendiums at the same time.
No.
Order in the court. It's clear that we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie Yanis to the stand and bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums. Dang, they're going along with our theory. I feel like this judge is so helpful. I almost thought somebody would be like, I don't know, just object because, oh, we already did it though, it's fine. Spell compendiums are expensive, and or at least something like, if this is wrong, then you're fired, and you can never practice law again, or something like that. Alright, Valerie's on the stand.
They've both had their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people.
Alright. It was the moment of truth. I could only hope that my theory was correct.
No. Did he seriously?
Imagine the first system here is a lot less stacked against this compared to Ace Attorney. Yeah, I'm starting to see that now. Like, in the first case, it didn't feel that way, but in this case, it's definitely showing. What is it, Prosecutor Steelwind?
What I see is the commander seeking new employment in
Oh, that man is dead. He is so dead. Rip in peace.
What I see is the commander seeking new employment in the near future. It appears that the defense was correct. Valentina Yanis isn't a mage, but Valerie Yanis is. What's more, Valerie Yanis's compendium contains the Mend Wounds spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what exactly. You're an unregistered mage, and you and your sister have made a mess of the investigation and this trial. How would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwind? What? Do you think we don't know who you are? You're not like us. You don't have to hide. It's okay. This whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause so much trouble. And I won't let someone go to prison because of me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little late to say you won't let someone go to prison because of you, when we've been trying to investigate this whole time, and you have not come forward.
Even if he is a necromancer.
Says the also necromancer, because Mend Wounds is a necromancy spell.
Please let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell all of you what really happened that day.
Valentina was the one pressuring to say quietly. Yeah. Yeah, still, it seems like a bit of a... I don't know. Like, I feel like it's going to be a lot worse for her than if she would have just come forward and said it at the beginning. Oh well. Your Honor, I believe we may all benefit from hearing Miss Yanis's testimony. Very well. But understand that there will be repercussions for your actions, witness. I know. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. That's when I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast mend wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her chest, but she was already dead. There was a hole in her chest? Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. I see. Well... His words trailed off. He clearly didn't want to pass a verdict with no clear culprit. But he had no choice. The case against Wallace was predicated on Bellwether being killed by necrotic blight. Are we going to get off that easy? I don't think we're going to get off that easy. There's got to be some continuation. Arya's probably going to pull something up. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution didn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. Very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave. Objection! There it is. I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony. And what would that be, Miss Steelwind? Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Okay, Valentina used communication device, call for help. I cast mend wounds. Too late, closed the hole in her chest, she was already dead. The communication device that Valentina Yanis used logs the time of day during each use. From this log, we know that Valentina used this device at 3:04 p.m. This was an hour after the time of death. Where are you going with this? Okay, but yeah, an hour after the time of death, that's right. So, Bellwether was dead. It's just they didn't know it. Okay. I don't know if that is any useful information, but alright. Yeah, where are you going with this? Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. Okay. I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived? Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. Wait, what? 20 to 30 minutes? Oh. I see. I see, but I don't.
So 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. But the healing was applied an hour after death. So are we implying that necromancy was used to move the body? Hmm. "20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert?" Wait, that couldn't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found. So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, how could one make a dead body move and walk around? Okay, but I think the problem here is they have no intelligence. Revive? Given its amazing OST. It does have some good music. I do enjoy it. Floods the target with life energy. Does not heal wounds sustained. But did she have a wound at that time? Okay, but okay, here's animate corpse. That's probably the one they're going to pin it on. Not revive. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion. Follows the caster's orders. Yeah, its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. Cannot. But Bellwether did speak. Okay, I have my defense. Okay. How could one make a dead body move and walk around? No. We didn't arrest the defendant based on those traces of necromancy. Or didn't just arrest the defendant based on those traces of necromancy. We arrested him because only one person in that school could have animated her corpse. Undead? Created within Imperial Academy? How reprehensible. I know, something is off with the time of death, though. Because she couldn't have been dead. She talked to Jan. So then what's the trick there? That's ridiculous. She had a hole in her chest when the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that. And that's another good point. Although, well, maybe not a great point. Because he's so tired all the time. His awareness is probably pretty low. Well, but he did notice her, like, fumbling about and whatnot. I don't know. Animate corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere. Wait, it does? It doesn't say anything about that. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. He could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead Bellwether's wounds. Alright, that's fair enough. But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim. If that were true, how did they move the body to the classroom?
Miss Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. Would the Inquisition happen to know where?
Regrettably, we do not.
Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence. I must agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Holy cow. I was not expecting the judge to agree with this. Ace Attorney really could never. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. Okay, so he's suspending it. He's not, acquitting. We will give the Inquisition time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. And actually, let me check. Okay, illusory disguise. Yeah, it changes their visual appearance. Elements created by the spell are purely visual. So yeah, there should not be any way for the target of the spell to talk.
Hey, are you feeling okay? A body was seen moving around an hour after death. It clearly wasn't Bellwether. Or at the very least, he wasn't alive when Jan ran into her.
I'm having a thought. Arcane constructs have Bellwether's voice. However, would it fumble around? An arcane construct could probably be covered by illusory disguise, and that way it would be able to speak. It would also explain why it was louder than it needed to be. Why? And why was there... If that wasn't Bellwether, then what her? Suits of armor that are animated using artificery. Suits of armor. Okay, I'm gonna make a funky theory here. What if they put Bellwether's body in one of the arcane constructs?
she would have been killed somewhere else. And then it would carry her there. Maybe it was fumbling around because of the added weight? And rigor mortis? And then it could be covered by an illusion spell. But how would they stop all the blood from leaking out? I mean, in that case, animate corpse could have been used on her, but I mean, yeah, it could be a combination of spells, maybe? Animate corpse lasts for 8 hours. So if she was killed around, was it like 2 p.m.? Somebody used animate corpse, stuffed her in a suit of armor, arcane construct, and then dumped her in the classroom. But the question is, what happened to the arcane construct afterwards, if that would be the case? If we can find... Well, again, assuming that this is the case, we can find the arcane construct. It probably wouldn't, like, have any blood inside it, maybe? I don't know. But we could check its logs. But the command log must be cleared regularly. If we find it really soon? I don't know, that's what I can come up with right now. Alright. At the very least, she wasn't alive when Jan ran into her. So what was it? Tyrion? Steelwind was right about one thing. There was illusion magic involved. But which spell was it? Could it have been illusory disguise? Tyrion! What? You've been pacing around the lobby since the trial ended. Sorry. I was just thinking about Steelwind's theory. It's a little creepy when you think about it. Do you really think someone turned the professor into an undead? I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one key point: that Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic. But then how is she walking around? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm assuming that necromancy magic could have been used to keep her from bleeding out before she got to the place. But if somebody else killed her... Well, no, if somebody else used a different kind of magic, it would show. So it could only be necromancy or illusion. I don't know if illusion would have any spells to keep the blood inside the body. It's a given that Wallace didn't animate the body. No matter what they did, someone had to have used an illusion. Aren't there any spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises? I honestly don't know. We'd need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Oh boy. If only we knew somebody who knows illusion magic.
It's very helpful.
Didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? He might be able to give us a lead. Is that really a good idea? What do you mean? What if she's the one who created the illusion? What? I was detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you afraid of Eris? What? No. I saw it this morning, too. You always get really anxious whenever she's around. Oh. I didn't mean to be so obvious about it. What's wrong? Sorry. It's not based on anything real, but... how do I explain this? You already know that I was working as a mercenary before this. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. Kind of have to if you want to stay alive. Sorry, I never knew. Tyrion, I've fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures can come even close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. Really? But she doesn't seem that dangerous. Just a little mischievous. I know. I think maybe I'm just anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge people by how they look. Sorry. Forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that.
You scared? Oh, what do you mean? Eris is very nice and helpful, and she would never do anything to harm us.
Celeste's instincts had never steered me wrong before. She had always been reliable. And if Eris was making her feel this way, that must have meant something. But that's all the more reason for us to talk to her. But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said. Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. There was another witness who saw Bellwether walking around. Right. Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness. He was probably only half awake when he saw her. But do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness was? We still have that deal with her. We won't lose anything by asking. Honestly, that's still bothering me. What is? Why was she so interested in who my biological parents are? None of her business. That was strange. She traded information about the investigation for it, too. Maybe she thinks you're her long-lost sister. Oh. I never even thought of that. I don't know. Wouldn't that mean I'm the daughter of Lucio Steelwind? I think my dad would have thrown a fit if he ever heard that.
You are pretty good at fighting.
That actually makes a lot of sense. I guess I like Arya, but I've always wished I had a sister. I don't want to think about this now.
Maybe you can ask her when you're at that brunch you strong-armed her into.
Oh, I almost forgot. Can't believe I'm going to meet Altheris Duskweaver.
Anyway, we still had a long investigation ahead of us. And we'd need to start by talking to Steelwind about that witness. Alright. How many saves? 10 saves? Okay. Whatever.
There we go. Imperial Academy kitchen? What? Why are we back in the kitchen? Hello? Game? Game, please? Help! First bug of the day. I guess. Alright. Restart game. I really hope my save isn't bugged. Banished to the kitchen. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be a bad place to be banished to. Got plenty of food. Oh, thank goodness. Al, you're back. Where's the produce for tonight's dinner? The grocers all said someone already collected the deliveries. You think someone stole them? I bet word about the trial's gotten out already. They're definitely not going to sell to us anymore. And now it shows her arcane art as necromancy. That dumb attorney just had to go and ruin everything. I don't know. I was watching the trial. Do you really think that boy killed Catherine? Of course he did. He's a necromancer, for crying out loud. You say to your sister, who is also a necromancer. If what they said was true, I'm one too. You know that's not the same thing. You only use healing magic. Come on, help me prep some of the leftover meat. I bet we can still make some soup out of it. Man, Valentina's a jerk. Yeah, you may be a necromancer, but you're not like those other necromancers. Everybody else but you was bad. Well, and Valentina, I think, yeah, was the one getting on Jan the janitor for not doing a good job on anything. And then Valerie was like, have you ever seen this place be dirty? He's like, oh my goodness, I never thought of that. Yeah, very ignorant. Just spouting whatever he feels like about other people. I hate this. Yeah, I know. The students are totally going to complain about it. No, I hate magic. Sure, whatever, Val. What? Huh? What was that about? Now we're at a graveyard. Tyrion, what are we doing here? I'm not sure. For some reason, I felt drawn to this place. I was supposed to make my way back to the academy, but I suddenly found myself here. It was strange, but I couldn't even remember how we'd arrived here. Uh-huh. Well... Wait, is that Eris? Oh my goodness, what is Eris doing here? Celeste pointed further into the cemetery. Eris was standing there in front of a gravestone. She was placing flowers on it and appeared to be chanting a short prayer. Well, we found her. We should probably talk to her later. It would be rude to disturb her now. As we were about to leave, Eris suddenly turned to face us. She was far away, but she'd clearly noticed us and was beckoning us over. Oh, hello there. Were you two looking for me? Sorry, we were looking for you, but we understand if you'd rather talk later. No, I was just finishing up here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. Alright, first I'll take a look around. Grave for an individual I didn't know. Out of respect, it'd be best to leave it undisturbed. It was the grave that Eris was attending to earlier. The name on this stone said Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. I'll show her the badge right. She must have only been 12 years old when she died. It doesn't look like there's anything else around here. Oh, detect magic.
Arcanum.
Nope. Ermagerd Eris, have I shown you this really cool badge? It means I'm an attorney. Seriously? You're showing me the badge now? Badge? It's an attorney's runestone. We're really threading the line, aren't we? Are you going to make a habit of showing this thing to everyone you meet? Yeah, but it's really cool, isn't it? It's my badge. I just think it's neat. Classic. Alright, actually, before I talk to Eris some more, I'm gonna take a short break and use the bathroom. So I'll be right back in just a bit.
Alright, I am back. Oops. There we go. Alright. Just about to talk to Eris. Oh. The trial.
That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable.
Thank you. Were you in the gallery?
I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theater. But I see now that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch.
Entertaining?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You see the odds are stacked against him, but then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction that takes the whole trial back.
I've never really thought of it like that.
But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions.
I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself.
But is that really true? Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion?
I wouldn't really put it that way.
You're far too modest. You save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in shining armor.
Alright, illusion magic. Earlier you said you were studying illusion magic.
I am. Did you want to ask me about the prosecution's theory?
Yes, actually. How did you know?
Disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. As Lady Steelwind said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that.
What if someone created a freestanding illusion? We know that Wallace didn't animate and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around. Oh no, it couldn't have been that. Because she knocked over a vase. Yeah, so it's definitely not a freestanding illusion.
For something like that, one would probably use major illusion.
Alright. Three-dimensional illusion. Can take the form of any object or creature that can be contained in a 10-foot cube. While concentrating, the caster can animate and move the image to a different location within range. Purely visual, cannot be physically touched. Major illusion.
What is it?
I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. Do you remember what Jan said? He was cleaning a mess in the hallways. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. If the Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, then she couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass.
I see. How perceptive of you.
Aren't there any other illusion spells that have mass?
No. All known illusion spells in Wyverngard can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. None of those spells can create something that someone can touch. So that means that someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether. Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't... Calm yourself. I was only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse.
Anyway, this does tell us one important thing.
What's that?
The bellwether that Jan saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion. It was someone disguised as her. Okay. Yeah, it must have been disguised as an illusion. But whoever he saw must have been physically there. So, what's that gravestone you were looking at?
It's quite a shame, isn't it?
Eris looked pensively toward the gravestone. The name on the stone said Emily Grant, and her lifetime appeared to have been awfully short. She must have only been 12 years old when she died. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew?
I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf.
Wallace knew her?
Wallace joined the Academy as part of a program run by Headmaster Redmond. At the time, the Headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit them to the Academy through a scholarship program. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages.
Wow, that must have been an amazing opportunity for them.
The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a deadly illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans, and they obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the Academy
would be obligated to give her medical treatment.
The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now, but healing spells can only treat wounds. They can't cure illnesses. Emily's condition only got worse over the years, and eventually she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives.
And that's why he decided to learn it himself.
Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy.
Okay. Well, the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy. Alright, fair enough.
And with the headmaster's guidance, Wallace learned the spells that he knows today. So that's why. It was supposed to stay a secret between him and the headmaster.
Huh? What was that? What did she say there? What was erased?
And I'm sure you know how that turned out.
That was too quick for me to see. Only her sprite that changed? Okay. I didn't catch what expression she was making, but... Hey, anything to say about arcane constructs?
Really now, I can't tell you everything you need to get through this case. What would be the fun in that?
Okay. She didn't say anything like, yeah, I don't really know about this. She just said, hey, I can't tell you everything, so that makes me even more suspicious. I feel like it's gotta be something with those arcane constructs. Anything to say about the foul-smelling classroom? What do you think about this, Eris? She's not saying anything about that either. What does she think about people? That's a good... Oh! I accidentally showed her my badge again. I just think it's neat. I mean, I probably should have asked her about people before, but she might say something different now, so... Hey, what do you think about me?
I wasn't quite sure what to make of you at first, but you truly are remarkable.
Thanks, I think.
I quite enjoyed watching you battle Lady Steelwind. I only hope the climax lives up to my expectations.
What do you think about Celeste?
That's a fancy-looking sword, Celeste. Is it from the Eastern Kingdoms? Yes, actually. How did you know? I've encountered a few weapons from there before. They have a unique style that's easy to recognize.
Okay, she just talks about the weapon. What do you think about Ruby? Okay, well, I guess that I can't tell you everything you need to get through the case. I guess that is her version of, Lamau, I don't know. Anything new to say about Wallace? Well, anything new to say about yourself? We know that Wallace was accepted through Redmond's program. But what about you, Eris?
Are you trying to ask me if I'm a noble bastard?
Sorry, I didn't mean...
No need to apologize. Although the answer to that question is a bit... complicated.
Oh yeah, I bet.
My family is quite wealthy, but I wouldn't consider them a part of the nobility.
Her family must have been part of a guild or something. Yeah, part of a guild. Let's go with that.
I would say it's more like several circles.
Uh-huh. Alright, Wallace.
It's strange, really. If it weren't for his disposition, Wallace would be quite the person to fear.
What do you mean?
It's clear to the three of us that he didn't commit the murder. But think about how easily he could have done what he was accused of. He could instantly kill anyone using necrotic blight, and he could even raise them as undead using animate corpse.
But Wallace would never do something like that.
I agree.
Eris is so sad to hear that.
But one can often be surprised by what someone can do if they're pushed far enough. It really makes me wonder how idiotic the people who bully him are.
I'd rather not think about that. Yeah, really. Alright. Arya?
Lady Steelwind is really something.
Yeah, I feel like she's always one step ahead of me.
But she does have a habit of relenting when she realizes she's wrong. I think you deserve a worthier adversary.
Uh-huh. I mean, she can be a pain sometimes, but I'm glad that she pursues justice even if it means she loses. It was strange. I would have never seen myself holding such high respect for a noble.
Anyways, I wonder what would drive a noble like her into becoming a lowly prosecutor. I'd love to know the story behind that.
Yeah, you just want to be entertained, don't you? Anything new to say about Mr. Redmond? You were with the headmaster in his office earlier. Are you two acquaintances?
In a way, yes. You could say that I'm a patron of his. I'm interested in why he would go so far as to include the common folk in the academy. His generosity can be a vice sometimes.
What do you mean?
Enrolling common folk mages into the academy was already a controversial move. But teaching one of them necromancy illegally, even if Wallace is acquitted, I don't see things getting easier for him.
Oof, true. I don't really feel like she'll have anything interesting to say about the Annis sisters, but... well, maybe I'll ask about Valerie. About this... no, okay, she doesn't have anything to say. What about Mr. Jan? Nothing? Okay. Anything to say about Revive? Nope. Alright. Enemy lockdown, headmaster's action. Alright. I think that's everything I need to ask her about. Go to the dungeon, the foyer, or the library. Guess I'll go in order. To the foyer!
Arcanum.
Detect all the magic. Alright, investigation and next lead. There's still a lot we don't know.
Yeah. We know that Wallace didn't kill her, but did the true killer really murder her in the library?
Wait, what? Spoilers? Right. You'll need to go there to find out more. Alright, so apparently there's a crime scene in the library, but, why you gotta spoil me like that? Okay, next lead.
Where should we go next? The prosecution believes that Wallace killed Bellwether in the library. Okay then. Yeah. We didn't really investigate that room the first time around. We might be able to find some new leads there. Have you seen my runestone? It's been like a day since I showed it to you. Yeah, you've shown this thing to me before. Very cool. Gives him a pat on the head. Okay. Well, I guess I'll go to the library. Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert. Steelwind? What are you doing here? I once again came across Steelwind. Like yesterday, she was the only one in the room. But was she seriously carrying out the investigation alone here? Searching the classroom was one thing, but searching this entire library seemed a little ridiculous. After what happened at the trial yesterday, I decided it would be best to start my investigation here. Wallace was in the library for the entire morning. If she was insistent that he did it, this would probably be the best place. Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Ilmater anywhere? It's my understanding that you're both acquainted with each other. Eris? What do you want with her? It's not for anything serious, mind you. It's just that oaf of a commander lost her spell compendium. Now we need her to produce another one for our records. If you see her, please let her know that we'd like to speak to her. We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now. Once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes. Anyways, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. Very well. I suppose I still need to honor our deal from earlier. Right, first let me look around. Ooh.
Arcanum.
Library's full of books for educational purposes. And books for recreational purposes. You know, I never got to finish that book. Since we're here... No, absolutely not. Come on. Back me up, Arya. I'm afraid I must agree with Mr. Cuthbert. You tend to get very immersed in those books. Oh, that's rich coming from you. I bet you're sneaking peeks at it too. Nonsense. I would never do such a thing. I already have my own copy. What? And you're not sharing it? You're very demanding sometimes. Tell me about it. Come on, please. You can even recommend some of your favorite books to me. Oh. I mostly read teen romance, but I can't let her know that.
Nice. I guess we all have different tastes.
It's a globe of the world. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wyverngard. I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion.
Oops.
Isn't traveling through the border heavily restricted? Don't worry. I won't report you. I can't exactly blame you for wanting to leave. Oof. There are tables for students to sit at while they study. I don't think I could handle studying here day after day. Oh. A holy text from the Church of Bahamut. I read some of these with Eris earlier. I've been meaning to ask, do you guys worship dragons in Wyverngard? I've never really been the religious type, but I've seen some devout worshippers in the capital. It's the most prominent religion here. The scaled Lord Rathalion is said to be the source of all arcane magic. It's no wonder that he's such a large part of our culture. Yet worship of the celestial gods is forbidden. I would need to find a way to learn more about them. That's right, celestial gods. Alright. Any leads? Have you had any luck finding the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. Aww. Actually, now that I think of it, Bellwether had a meeting from like 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. with the headmaster, didn't she? So that would be the perfect time to have her killed. Or well, that almost matches with the autopsy report of her dying at like around 2. For the badge. I mean, I've already shown her the badge, though. Or is it new to one? Well, now I'm not sure. I don't really have any notes of that. I mean, I thought it was 1 to 2, but it could be noon to 1. Alright. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. But none of the rooms we've checked had any signs of a struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I'm mainly basing that off Vienna's sister's testimonies. Valerie in particular noticed that the bleeding came from a wound in her chest. Regrettably, the body's wounds were mended, so we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used. Okay. But how do you know there was a struggle? Just because the wound is in her chest doesn't mean that there was a struggle. Okay, the other witness? During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Who is this person, and why haven't they been called to testify? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. Steelwind's posture tightened. Something was making her uneasy. You've been pretty transparent with your investigation so far. I have no obligation to justify myself to you, nor do I have an obligation to help the opposition. Didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't exactly seem fair to us. I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. No, her family is dangerous. Her family. I mean, it could be Eris, but I don't know if that would be it. Could it be somebody from Bellwether's family? It's not Steelwind. It's not her family. You wouldn't have thought about it as her family otherwise. And it's not the Annis sisters. Definitely not Celeste. So I don't know. The Eye of Horus caught a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous? What did she mean by that? Is there something about this witness's family that you're worried about? No. This could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try harder than that if you want to bluff me. Why would she go to such lengths to hide one witness's identity? She was perfectly fine with revealing elements of the investigation yesterday. Maybe I needed to try looking somewhere else. Is it time for a word joust? Oh. Wouldn't that normally be in talk? I guess I'll show the badge one more time. Yeah, she doesn't say anything different. They have other uses? Yeah. Yeah, that's what she said before. Once per person per case. Okay. Hey, so what do you think of those arcane constructs? Can't say much about that? Okay. What do you think about Eris? But yeah, maybe if I can find the right person. If it's one of these people. No? Nothing about Eris? Bellwether's family? Oh, well, he did ask about this before. Yeah, you know Catherine Bellwether. Constantly clashed with her. Friend of House Frege. Not one to speak ill dead. Oh, I can go to the Imperial Academy locker room. That's new. But it bothers me that psychological profile is up in the top left. Like I should be able to spar verbally. But there's nothing I can do. Alright. Maybe I'll make a run to the dungeon. Probably shouldn't take long.
Preparing Arcanum.
He's got nothing to say. I'll ask you about illusory disguise, I guess. Oh. No, nothing to say about that. I'm just building psychological profile for fun. Yeah. It's my favorite pastime, just going around making psychological profiles of people. Actually, did I ask you about the Iannis sisters before? Do you know the twins who work in the academy kitchen? Not personally. I only ever saw them when I went to get food in the cafeteria. I could tell they were both scared of me, too. I think I did ask him about them. They always did their best to avoid talking to me. Sometimes they'd give me extra food. Okay, they avoid talking to him. Valentina probably wouldn't give him extra food. He probably has a hard time telling the difference between them. So I'm guessing that when Valerie was serving food, maybe she'd give him extra. Anyway, to the locker room. We spent some time wandering through the academy. That's when we overheard a conversation from a nearby room. From what I understand, Miss Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out till this case is over and done with. Commander White? And the headmaster, too. Oh, hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure thing. He's alive. He's probably been in better situations, though. It looked like Commander White was standing guard in front of this locker room. But it didn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Was he here on Steelwind's orders? He might be able to tell us who this secret witness was. Yeah, now he's been reduced to guard duty. Lamau. The headmaster. What was the headmaster talking to you about? He has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. The problem is, Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, I guess. He won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope. But things rarely are when she's calling the shots. I just go with it. Why would she give me access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? Okay, Kira's in the academy, isn't even allowing knights the Inquisition. Appears to be conducting the investigation single-handedly. Yeah. I would imagine she has a bit of trust issues with the Inquisition. I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strange lately. She's been really paranoid, that girl. I feel like she senses something from Eris. Frankly, I can't tell what's going through her head. Guess for the culprit is the prosecutor? No, I don't think so. I highly doubt that Arya would be the one to do that. Well, besides, I don't know if she even knows any necromancy or illusion magic.
There were several lockers in this room. It'd be a waste of time to search through them all without any leads. We'll speak with Commander White first. Steelwind's paranoia. You mentioned that the prosecutor's been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case?
Nah, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides.
Huh? What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that?
I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. Every time we scan one of those crime scenes, nothing turns up.
Case attorney, at least 3 cases of culprits were prosecutors?
Well, at least so far, there hasn't been any reason to suspect Arya.
Like, unless in the future something makes her snap. But yeah, so far she's pretty by the book and even fighting for justice in her own way.
I gotta say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her.
Why do you say that?
Those homicides. I haven't ever seen anything like them. They're probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. And I've seen some things. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around town with a barkeep. You catch my meaning.
Wait, what do you mean?
Come on, Tyrion. You know what he means. Or, well, you should know what he means. They were making the beast with 2 backs. Wait, what?
Oh.
My goodness.
What?
Tyrion, please. He was 2-timing her.
I don't know this lingo, Orm.
Please, Tyrion.
You don't know what 2-timing is? My guy? Oh my god. He was a married man having sex with another woman, Tyrion.
Oh. Okay. Anyways, you know what the spouse does? He stalks the poor woman. He started leaving threatening notes all around where she worked. The barkeep told City Watch all about what was happening. And no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch her.
He lived a very sheltered life. Yeah, I can see that. How do you not even know what 2-timing means? Truly from realism.
Then one day, the barkeep arrived home. Little did she know, the spouse was waiting there for her. The poor lady never had a chance. Then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. He cooks him a big meat pie using the barkeep's remains.
Oh, that is disgusting. Oh. Alright, possible explanation. Wow, that story is pretty...
I know. Steel One thinks that someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds.
Oh no. Whoever could that be?
And these homicides were some kind of sick test run.
Magic that can affect people's minds? Wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense? Mage Blight? When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They basically become psychotic. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse.
I've seen my fair share of Mage Blight cases, and this wasn't like that. Not all the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their spells. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me. I didn't have a choice."
They didn't have a choice. What could that mean?
I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, if there are multiple cases like this, maybe you should be looking into it? Alright, secret witness. I wondered if I could mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is. During the trial, Steelwind mentioned that someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them.
Nice try, kid.
Well, it was worth a shot.
No, I'm amazed he didn't, like, think of something that I saw. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't.
What? She was even hiding it from the Inquisition commander? Why was she being so secretive? It seemed like the commander didn't know who this secret witness was either. This isn't getting us anywhere. Steelwind's behavior is strange, though. Perhaps we could try analyzing her behavior. If I did that, I might be able to figure out why she's acting so strangely. Huh? Let's take a moment to work through this. Steelwind's behavior has been strange this time around. He's hiding elements of the case, even from the commander. Anyone can tell she doesn't have much faith in him.
I'm standing right here. Oof. Oof, ouch, owie.
But this is the first time I've seen her hide key details of a case from him. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? There has to be a reason why she's being so secretive.
Maybe.
Alright, arrogance, logic, or paranoia. It seems to be paranoia. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case, after all. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. Because she doesn't trust them.
I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. He's always been standoffish with us.
But there is one exception. Who has Steelwind trusted for this case? There are individuals whom she's trusted more than the Inquisition during this case.
It's not Commander White.
It's not Wallace. Would it be the headmaster? Or is it us? I mean... Oh no, it's us. It is us. It's a trick question. Because we're the only ones allowed at key points. Not even the headmaster's allowed. She's let us investigate the crime scenes without any restrictions. Yeah, I didn't notice that until now. Does she really trust us that much? I don't think personal trust is the reason. Why does Steelwind trust us this time? We don't usually interact with her, and she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. Tyrion? Yeah, it's probably Tyrion is...
What if...
Isn't. Tyrion isn't capable of using magic. Probably? Well, but Celeste is. No, Tyrion isn't controlled by the nobility. That would make more sense. Steelwind doesn't know much about us, but she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption. Right. You did just indict a noble last week. Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Can't argue with you there. Can I infer about the secret witness? Using my intuition, I could tell she's worried about the witness's family. And if she's worried about corruption from the nobility, that can only mean one thing. Wallace isn't a noble. Exactly. No.
Maybe.
The witness is a noble. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she's so wary of interference. The killer is a murderer. Gasp! No one ever would have suspected. But we're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us? I remember that thought I saw through the eye. But regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Her family is dangerous. She's worried about our safety. Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger, but... I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Timora. Yeah, it's not as if we weren't already on the nobility's bad side. I'm sure House Pierce still has it out for us. They're definitely ones sending those rogues into your house. What? Don't worry about it. I've got it under control.
Aw, I think he's a little worried for us. Maybe.
This can only mean that the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor's wary of them, it must be as powerful as the Steelwinds.
Wait. Don't tell me you think we're dealing with another one of the Four Pillars.
I have to ask about that. I always hear you and Ruby say it a lot, but who are the Four Pillars?
It's a name people use for the four most powerful noble houses. They're led by the dukes and duchesses. House Freyga, House von Sanctus, House Sybil, and of course, House Steelwind. The four of them stand at the top of Wyverngard's hierarchy.
So Steelwind is one of them.
Alright, Four Pillar family is...
What is it?
Steelwind's paranoia all started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later, she came back to the lecture hall and basically booted everyone out. Her behavior changed after investigating this room. That means that she found something here.
That was Tyrion. That means she found something here. And that something must point to a family from the Four Pillars. The commander shifted slightly.
You know, Dealwin's orders say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand...
Don't worry, just leave it to us. He's helping us. He's being a bro.
Now, if only he were better at his job. I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at.
Oh, there's an arcane construct in the back here.
Oh?
It's probably here to aid the students.
Wait a minute.
Does that arcane construct have a hole in its chest?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's probably here to aid the students. Anyway, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation.
Tyrion, please, investigate it.
Just in case, I made a note of it on my runestone. Or in my runestone. And an active arcane construct. I used the legend that the commander gave me. I looked carefully across the list to find the names of some notable students. Yeah, but I want to investigate that.
Oh, let me investigate the arcane construct.
Alright, Wallace Nightbrave. I opened the locker with Wallace's ID number. Inside, I found a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit. Huh? Why does Wallace have this stuff? It did seem strange, but it wasn't my place to judge. Fragrant liquid and a makeup kit. Has the commander had the badge shoved in his face? You know, I don't know.
Let's find out.
I should take a look at the other lockers. Okay. Hey, Commander, did I show you my runestone? It's really cool.
Kid, are you gonna show me this thing every time we meet?
It proves I'm an attorney.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, you're just like Steelwood.
I know this isn't correct, but now I just have this image of Steelwind doing the exact same thing to everybody. Ermagerd, hey look, I got an attorney's runestone. I'm an attorney. With the propeller hat and the giant lollipop. They could go around together showing everybody their attorney runestone. He does this too? Wait, no, does she actually show everybody this? Well, she probably shows it to, I don't know, as like a proper investigative ritual, whatever. Like, hey, yeah, I have authorization to be here. Alright, Miriam Frege. I opened the locker with Miriam Frege's ID number. Inside, I found several stacks of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. Huh. Things have been switched around. Or the locker numbers have been switched around, or something has been mislabeled, or... There's some shenanigans going on. I opened the notebook and quickly scanned through its pages. It appeared to be notes on the art of necromancy. These are Wallace's notebooks. But why are they in Miriam Frega's locker? Did she steal his things? What was going on here? I began taking all of the textbooks and notebooks, one after another. Orm, look at this. It proves I'm a certified attorney, which means I'm competent. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say poor Orem, but at the same time, he kind of deserves it. I'm sorry, man, I can't defend you for this.
The locker was really cramped, but then I noticed a stain near the back of it. I quickly took everything out to get a better look at it. What? I think this is dried blood. Wait. Celeste, scan it for traces. No, there aren't any traces on it. There's a stain of blood inside the locker with Miriam Frega's ID number. Blood doesn't have any traces of magic on it. Oh. Interesting. House Frega. So she's from the Four Pillar families. Why were Wallace's books... She could have switched the contents of the lockers. Or somebody else could have done that for her. The blood doesn't have any traces of magic on it. Okay. So if the blood doesn't have traces of illusion magic, which I assume would have been the case if illusion magic was applied to the corpse, or well, applied to her, like, before being dead. So yeah, it wasn't like some mental corruption illusion magic. Probably. Otherwise, there would have been traces of magic in the blood, because it affects the whole body, I guess? Or would it only affect mine? But, I mean, the blood goes through the entire body, so... Yeah, I don't know. Not exactly sure how that would work. But why is there blood in the back of the locker? I can't think of any reason. Like what, they stuff her in a locker and then stab her? That doesn't seem realistic. Could be something totally different. Or maybe it was blood from when the murderer killed Bellwether? For some reason, wiped the blood on the back of the locker? I don't know, it just Can't really think of a convincing reason why the blood is there. Alright. I used the legend that the commander gave me. I looked carefully across the list to find the names of some new... Oh, okay. Yeah, oops. I didn't mean to do that again. Okay, Jaden von Sanctus. Wait, was von Sanctus one of the Pillar families? Yeah, von Sanctus. Okay. Okay, open the lock. Or a locker with Jaden von Sanctus's ID number. Inside, I found several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion. There's nothing but lotion in here. And also a distinct smell. Oh. I wonder why a student would need this much lotion. I took one of the bottles to inspect it more closely. Wait, Tyrion. Don't touch those with your hands. From the label, it appears to be some kind of sanitizing liquid. A little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. I used the legend that the commander gave me. Oh, okay. Is sanitizing liquid? Okay. I'm not sure what they're referring to there. I assume it's something lewd. Because Celeste seems to be very upset about it. Open the locker with Warren Sybil's ID number. Inside, I found some textbooks and a neatly stacked desk of tarot cards. Oh, it's like those cards that fortune tellers use. I wonder if the student studies divination magic. But anyways, I don't think this is related to the case. Yeah, House Sybil. So we got all three of the other houses there. Lovely. We found a few things, but I can't really make any sense of it. We should try to look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of the lockers. This locker had the most suspicious evidence, and whatever that was, it made her extremely paranoid. That was Miriam Frege. We found some insanely suspicious things in Frege's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood. But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there. It could only be the murder weapon. Oh, okay. Okay, that does make a lot of sense. I don't know why I didn't think of that. The murder weapon. Do you think someone stole it? No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it. Dang. She's actually obstructing justice? Oh, right. Orem mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the murder weapon as evidence. But with that said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frege's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal these items from him, but it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. What? Oh? Remember what Wallace told us before? Oh, stole the ID number.
Okay, so he was just looking off a list of ID numbers. It's not like he was looking at a diagram of which locker is which. Yeah, they switched ID numbers. So then that is Wallace's locker? Which means the murder weapon was placed in his locker. But why would Arya take it?
So someone switched the nameplates?
This means that this isn't Miriam Frega's locker. It's Wallace's.
But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker.
It appears so. Okay. Belongs to Wallace. Someone must have switched the ID numbers. But if that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? It was a bloody item found in the defendant's locker, after all.
Right. That is weird.
There was something more to this that I wasn't seeing. But what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. I mean, maybe the item used as the murder weapon had some kind of link to one of the four houses? Oh, wait, Eris is still here. I can't tell her Steelwind's looking for. Alright. Library. We should have enough information now. Let's have a talk with the prosecutor. Oh, Valerie?
Please, just tell me what's wrong. Are you mad at me? I'm not mad, okay? Can we just get to work?
The twins' voices rang out from the kitchen. They sounded like they were in an argument. Do you think they're okay?
It sounds private. We shouldn't get involved.
I guess you're right. I slowly closed the door to the library and kept my mind on the investigation. Oh. Okay. We're getting sidetracked for a moment.
Fine. You want to know what I think? You don't get to say that you hate magic. Look at how many problems it's causing for us.
It's not really the magic that's causing the problems right now. It's that you hid the fact that you can use magic.
Yeah, for this dumb job. None of this even matters to you.
Or for you.
What? Those people from the church always say that mages are chosen by divine right. And they're right. You don't get to complain about being better than me, Val. I'm not any better than you. Yes, you are. And I'm so sick of pretending you're not. You were helping Jan while I was jealous of how easy I thought his job was. You outed yourself as a mage trying to save Catherine Bloody Bellwether. Nina, that's not... I hate how much I'm holding you back. I know you. I know how hard you've been working in the library. You're destined for great things. Nina, I haven't learned anything. Come on, don't give me that. You've been heading straight to the library after work for years. Yeah, and I still haven't learned anything. What? Can't wrap my head around how it all works. Been trying to for years. I don't understand Aether. I don't understand spell formulas. It's like they're speaking another language. I can do magic, but I'm nothing like the students here. But you know healing magic. It's the most basic spell. Children in the Theurgy program learn that in their first class. It took me years to even figure that out. Why didn't you ever tell me about this? Because magic is the only thing I have. You're better than me at everything. What? I'm not. I'm always making mistakes and forcing you to clean up after me. We only have this job because you begged the headmaster to hire me with you. You're amazing. The students here are spoiled aristocrats and they love your food. I can't even fry an egg right. You're not the one holding us back. Aww. You really think my cooking is that good? I don't think I could live without eating your food every day. Remember when I was just learning to cook at the orphanage? We were just a pair of dumb kids. But you were there with me every step of the way. You were there for me. I would have never gotten this good if you weren't always with me. Nina. I'm sorry I never told you this sooner. I could never do this without you. Neither could I. I'm sorry for being so stupid before. It's okay. I was also being... We should get started on that soup. Right. Can you help me grab all the leftover meat from the freezer? Aww. That's nice. Oh, you're back. We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frege? She shifted slightly. It was subtle, but I could see her discomfort. I underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert. I won't fall for such an obvious bluff. It's not a bluff, Steelwind, and I'll prove it using the evidence we've gathered. Alright. Secret witness arguments. Steelwind was paranoid, and for whatever reason, it was due to the involvement of Miriam Frege. If I could convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give me more information. Spin the chessboard. You've been behaving strangely, Steelwind. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Just tell me the truth. Why are you being so paranoid? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert. Nothing about my behavior has changed. I've prosecuted the defendant the same way I always have. Alright, evidence in the locker. And what is this supposed to be? It's clear evidence that your behavior has changed. Please, what kind of fool do you take me for? I've already told you, your bluffs won't work on me. What? What? What do you mean that was the wrong one? Her behavior has changed because she hasn't used the evidence that she's taken. Like, what?
What do you... Should I use the runestone? No? Am I supposed to mention the 4 pillar families? I guess I'll try it.
And what is this supposed to be?
Okay, no, that's not right.
What?
I guess her orders? That's the only other thing that I could think that makes sense. Oh yeah, she's conducting the investigation single-handedly. Okay.
You've ordered the Knights to stay away from the crime scene, and you've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. That is not normal behavior for a prosecutor. I took those actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How could I possibly trust them with anything? The Knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition. You could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself.
Rip Knights. It's like, oh yeah, they're definitely incompetent, but they still have their uses. Pull them out.
The Academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason. Then why don't you enlighten me? Act in such a way? What would cause me to behave so strangely?
The construct in the locker room now. Okay, what would cause you to behave so strangely? The 4 pillar families.
You know that the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility. So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind, and I believe that noble is Miriam Frege. Again with this. Do you think you can bluff me by throwing out the names of random nobles? Not every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My investigation doesn't involve the Freges. Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frege.
Well, maybe it's not House Frege, but it's one of the other ones. Or maybe she's just straight up lying. Okay, is this when I present the evidence in the locker?
Then how do you explain this, Steelwind? The commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of the students from 4 pillar families, and we found stains of blood in a locker with Miriam Frege's ID number. It was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object must have been taken by someone, and you became extremely paranoid after you found something in the locker room. If I had to guess, I'd say that you took the bloody object as evidence. And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? What? The only thing you have is evidence of a bloodstain. There's a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mentioned is pure speculation. You can't prove that piece of evidence exists. I could have found any number of things in that room, or possibly nothing at all. I hiding evidence, Miss Steelwind. Do you not see how wrong that is? That'd be calling the Steelwind. Anyone now that bloodstain is the most notable thing in that room. Don't present what you found at the court. I'll have no choice but pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. I don't know. I feel like threaten might be the way to go. But I could also appeal to her sense of justice. I feel like logic isn't really the way to go for the profile. I guess I should do that. But no, I did not do that yet. Steelwind suspects that Miriam Frege is involved in this crime somehow. Miriam belongs to a pillar family, and casting suspicion on her could cause them to intervene. The prosecutor wants to avoid that outcome at all costs. That fear could be used against her. Yeah, so threaten is the way to go. Yeah. You found an object in the locker with Miriam Frege's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. That's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Can you unequivocally prove that, Steelwind? Because the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt there. Enough doubt for me to pull Lady Frege onto the witness stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that. Her brow furrowed for a bit. She was searching for a counterargument. But she just exhaled in resignation. I'd finally gotten her. Yippee! Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I?
The truth.
Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility. But I'll admit that Miriam Frege was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day.
I see. I had some suspicions, but...
There's also another matter. Steelwind tensed once again. He was still hesitant. When I was investigating the body, I found this.
Evidence of academic dishonesty.
Tightly packed folder containing several documents, containing evidence detailing multiple instances of plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offenses committed by Miriam Frege.
Oh. What the?
It looks like Miriam's been cheating.
But why would Bellwether have something like this?
From the way it's arranged in this folder, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frege is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She's won a litany of awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honors. If these files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. That's when I found this in Wallace Nightgrave's locker.
Bloody rapier. Rapier covered in blood was found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. Apparently, it's a valuable family heirloom to House Frege. It was reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder. Alright. Huh.
This is... It's very likely that this was the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Frege. And a few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. But why was it found in Wallace's locker? Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in court? To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frege by any means necessary. I knew it. You're just protecting her, aren't you? Miss McCoy, do you recall how Wyverngard's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need to give a solid alibi, or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime. What do you suppose will happen if you bring Miriam Frege onto the stand? House Frege won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant, and they'll use the Inquisition to do so. Even I wouldn't be able to stop them, should it come to that. So that's why you've been keeping them away from the investigation. Okay. Can't you do anything? I thought the steel ones were powerful too. I don't have the support of my house. Right now, I'm just a prosecutor. Nothing more. Steelwind, you know that this isn't fair for us. Just do nothing. Do nothing and let us win. Celeste, if we can't go after Miriam, then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam Frege is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon, and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. That's... As a prosecutor, it is not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's to counter corruption from another noble house. I'm sorry. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Did you not hear what I just said? You can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility you'll indict her. You'll bring the entire wrath of House Frege down on you. I won't be able to protect you if that happens. I don't need your protection, and I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know everything that happened. Frege has the last piece I need to put everything together. Well, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Her dormitory is room 107. I imagine that she'll be there, considering that classes are suspended. Thank you, Steelwind. If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, exercise caution. Alright. Dorm room. I followed Steelwind's directions and found Miriam Frege's dorm room. The door leading inside seemed a lot more ornately decorated than the other rooms. Different person to show the badge to. Oh boy. I went to knock on the door, not realizing that it was only partially closed. As my fist came into contact with the wood, I accidentally pushed it open. Oh. As the door swung open, I made eye contact with the girl inside. She seemed to be studying at a desk, but she was now staring at me, stunned. I slowly saw her expression shift from a puzzled look to a furious and violent scowl. Excuse me? How dare you barge into my room? These insects, they have no respect. Alright, 17, conjuration. Sorry, I was trying to knock, but... Construct, remove these hoodlums from my room.
Acknowledged. Or wait, they talk with Bellwether's voice, so...
Acknowledged. From the corner of the room, an arcane construct stood up and began charging toward me at a terrifying speed. Before I even knew what was happening, it raised its fist to strike me. Flustered, I fell back and raised my arms to shield myself. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impending impact. But instead, I heard the clang of steel striking stone. Confused, I opened my eyes to see Celeste standing between the construct and me. Her sword was drawn, and it was locked with the construct's fist. Despite the construct's imposing size and strength, Celeste was slowly pushing it back. Upon taking a closer look at Celeste, the girl narrowed her eyes. Construct, stand down. Acknowledged. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this man was your servant.
She's a little pissed.
Celeste's hand was firmly clenched around the hilt of her sword. She put it away without another word. I haven't noticed you around campus. Are you a new student? The Academy allowed her to bring her retainer. He must be important. What are you talking about? I saw an opportunity. Yes, my master just enrolled here recently. What? Celeste squinted at me, confused. I just tilted my head toward Miriam. Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miriam Frege? Yes, it seems that my reputation precedes me. Okay, Miriam Frege, student, 17. The spoiled daughter of House Frege, one of the Four Pillar families. She's extremely arrogant, but appears to excel at her studies in the Imperial Academy. I can't imagine she has many genuine friends. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lady... I'm Celeste. She caught herself, pausing for what was a very awkward moment. Steelwind. I'm Celeste Steelwind.
Oh boy. Surely this won't cause any trouble.
Was she serious? There's no way Miriam is going to believe... Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. Must be from a distant branch family. Father may have a use for her. Wait, she was actually buying this?
Celeste Steelwind.
I just moved in, and I thought I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjugation. Conjuration. Yes.
Well, there was no backing out now. Oh goodness.
It was an extravagant bed. Miriam appeared to live pretty well here. There's a table for guests, but it didn't look like it seen much use until now.
Oof.
Preparing Arcanum.
Here, let me just see if there's any magic cast in your room. Thanks. Okay. Actually, I don't think I should. You know what? Let me save. I don't think it would give me a game over for this, but just in case. All right. Hey, look at my runestone. It's really neat. It means I'm an attorney.
A runestone? I have one as well, but mine is the latest model.
You have a newer model? Can I see it?
What? No.
Okay, we didn't go into the whole attorney's runestone thing. Alright.
Questions.
Miss Frege, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about... I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about how my controller keeps breaking. Well, it's not my controller that breaks, but... Anyway, my button broke. So I'll be using the skip button. Hopefully I don't accidentally skip anything.
Excuse me. I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak.
I did just say, yeah. Well, alright, I guess I'll just... Okay. Hold on a moment while I restart the game. Alright. And at this point, I hadn't shown you my runestone, so let me show you my runestone again. Okay. Okay, I wonder if I can ask you some questions.
I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak.
Oh, here we go. Celeste was still smiling, but I could faintly hear her grinding her teeth together.
So we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She had always been a friend of House Frege.
She was obviously going to be more receptive to Celeste's Steelwind. It might be better to let Celeste take the lead on the questioning. The murder.
We heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Could you tell us more about what happened? Oh, you heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Arya, is she? Oh, you know, I'm just curious is all. You know how uneventful life can be sometimes. Being a noble and all.
Alright, she really needed to tone it down.
Oh, is that all? I was worried you were going down the same path as that poor, confused Arya. Well, I'm in the middle of a study break anyway. I suppose I have some time to spill some tea. Speaking of, Construct, please prepare us some tea. Use that lotus tea we imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She might be useful. I should win her favor.
Lotus tea, though. Yeah, I think Celeste will like that.
Acknowledged. Lotus tea? You have lotus juice?
I could feel myself slowly losing control of the situation. What'd you see?
I heard that you were one of the last people who saw the professor. Where did this happen? I was in the hallways when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She appeared to be heading toward the library. Do you remember what time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes entire hours will pass without my notice. Do you have a rough idea, at least? I believe it was in the morning. So it was before her meeting with the headmaster.
Okay.
Did anything seem off about her? No. It was a short encounter. I merely greeted her, and she responded in kind. Or at least, that's what should have happened. That thought just now, what did it mean?
Aww.
I slowly glanced at Celeste and caught her attention. Using small motions, I shook my head. Miriam was holding something back. Were you and the professor really on good terms? I heard she was pretty mean toward the other students. Toward the riffraff, maybe, but not to students like us. He was my personal instructor during summer break. He fulfilled a similar role to both. To my sister when she studied here. She was a longtime friend of House Frege. That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster. Wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Replacing the headmaster.
Did you just say they were going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board, along with the Grand General. We were making plans to have her replace that lout Redmond.
You're going to sack the headmaster?
Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were also going to replace all of the staff members with arcane constructs.
Uh-huh. So... yeah, it's her idea, I guess. Well, I don't know if it was Miriam's idea. But... yeah, I don't know. Feels like she's even more arrogant than Bellwether. Or at least as arrogant. So I could see that kind of idea coming from her.
We had to keep everything under wraps, or else the help would have left before we were ready. And where would that leave us?
But Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan to Theodore? Or was Jan lying about how he found out? Huh.
But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans.
Aww. According to Jan, Bellwether revealed his plan to the headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago. Huh. I almost wonder if Bellwether could have been a plant from the headmaster. I don't know. She really seemed like she was a genuine jerk. But
I don't know why else she would reveal it, unless she's just that arrogant and stupid. Which, I mean, is a possibility. I don't know. Alright, Frega's rapier. So, we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become a part of the investigation anyway? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear, if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. Oh. Yeah, I think that's another point against the headmaster. Because there's something in here that could easily steal from her room. The arcane construct. And once again, the headmaster has the highest authority over the arcane constructs. About a few weeks ago, I noticed when I came back from one of my classes, someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room. How did they get into your room in the first place? Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out. That meant that the thief came through one of the doors or windows. I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him just knows how to pick a lock. Braids. I've heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course. As an inheritor of House Frege, my grades are impeccable. Feels good to have my greatness recognized. That was strange. I didn't see anything contradictory through the eye this time. What if the blackmail was fabricated? Was she just delusional about how good a student she was? I gestured to Celeste to continue pressing her. What kind of magic do you study here? Oh. You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration. Just like most members of my house. School of Conjuration. That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation, right? Yes. I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in a research study. It's nice to finally work with someone of my caliber. Again, I didn't see any thoughts that contradicted what she was saying. If she was smart enough to get the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating? Arya Steelwood. You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Arya? I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. I'm sure it must pain you to see the way she's been acting lately. Yes. It's been extremely hard.
Hang in there, Celeste. I mean, she's doing a pretty good job. Props to Celeste.
Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A Steelwind running around a crime scene like a common night. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me. She's so desperate to prove that she's nothing like her father.
Ah, flashbang.
I really believe you're just trying to hide the fact that you're here on your father's behalf.
Yeah, she got a little pissed at that.
Yeah, working against him as much as you are. My apologies, I didn't mean to lose my temper like that. Is that why she became a prosecutor? Was it all to reject her bloodthirsty father? Honestly, she probably thinks she can do anything just because of her betrothed.
Oh?
She's so full of herself. Aster deserves better.
Aster?
But if the Grand General keeps drowning these villages in blood, I imagine even that will be in jeopardy. When that happens, I'll steal him back.
Celeste's eyes perked up. I'd be lying if I said mine didn't too. I was also curious about who this Aster was. But I shook my head when she looked at me. We couldn't risk blowing our cover for some gossip about the prosecutor. Darn. Alright, Arcane Construct.
You have an arcane construct in your room. I thought they were only in the library in the locker room. This construct was a gift from House von Sanctus.
Oh. House von Sanctus. Not sure what to make of that. Okay.
I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should. A construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours. Yeah, maybe. Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. Their intelligence? It happens when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you.
Miriam turned to the construct and began beckoning it over.
Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table.
Acknowledged.
What?
The construct stood up and retrieved Miriam's textbooks from one of the shelves in the room. It brought them to the table they were sitting at, just like she'd ordered. But then it suddenly stopped.
Wait, what happened? The construct obviously can't cast Steelwind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. But did you notice something else? It ignored your third command too. Exactly. My third command was possible to carry out. Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given. But let's say that one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether.
Okay. Without even attempting to complete Task C. Not sure how that's going to be useful right now, but I'm sure it will be eventually.
Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement. Oh, right. Let's go, servant. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. See you around. I made my way back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time we'd spent, we'd only had a brief amount of time before night fell. But luckily, we'd found a lot during our investigation. Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We were getting a lot out of her. We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse and warn the prosecution. Right. So, why Steelwind? I don't know, I panicked. I don't remember any of the other house's names. Pierce would have had a lower profile. I'm not using that creep's name. Hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name. And we got her statement on what she saw that day. There's also what she said about her rapier. I bet she was lying when she said it was stolen.
Celeste, please.
She was probably trying to establish an alibi.
I'm not so sure.
Why do you say that? Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her family's name on it? I'd understand if the murder was a spur of the moment decision and somehow occurred in her dorm room. In a situation like that, she might have just used something nearby. But if this was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose. Right. I guess that makes sense.
There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty.
It doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam. You mean all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? He was probably just making things up to look good in front of me.
I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under certain circumstances, I can usually tell when someone is lying. I'd be able to see through a lie as grandiose as that. People could subconsciously shield themselves from the Eye of Horus, even if they didn't know about it. But when they did that, I wouldn't be able to see any thoughts from them. I saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. I would have seen dissonant thoughts if she were lying about her grades, too.
Well, I guess your insight has never failed us before. But what does this mean?
I don't know. Even with everything we've found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should still try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I can use. But that was a big maybe. She was the daughter of the Duke of Finance. If I didn't play my cards right, that move could spook the judge enough to make him end the trial right then and there.
Wait, do we have time to kill? Do you want to head back to the library? You could continue your research.
She was fidgeting with her hands. Her feet were already shuffling toward the library doors. She just wants to read that book again.
You just want to read Dagger at Daggerfall, don't you? It's Death at Daggerfall, and it's a great series. Every time I try to pick one of those books up, I figure out who the killer is within the first few chapters. Yeah? Well, I'm a normal human being, okay? I'm not some murder-solving prodigy. Why don't you go read one of those Wraithbound books? Maybe you'll find the unpublished sequel there, too. Celeste, that series has been finished for centuries. Huh? Aw. Okay. People still eat that nonsense up. That man single-handedly threw the study of necromancy back into the Stone Age. Oh, is he... I thought he might have noticed something about a possible sequel. But no, I guess he's just ruminating on how Wallace hates that series. And he's wondering if he should continue to like the series or not. What's wrong? I can't stop thinking about what Wallace said about Corin Bloomvale. Look, I get that you really like that series, but they're just books, Tyrion. They're more than that to me. Those books inspired me to do what I'm doing now. Wait, the story about the magic light swords inspired you to become a defense attorney? A long time ago, I experienced firsthand how corrupt Wyverngard was. I started assuming that nobles would always win. But those books made me want to believe in a world where good could triumph over evil against all odds. If I'd never had that, I don't know if I'd be here today. Nice. I get that, but Wallace really cares a lot about necromancy too. We've been feeling the stigma against it for this entire case. Is it really so hard to believe that those books contributed to how bad things are for him? You've said it yourself. It's one of the most popular books out there. Do you even know what kind of person Corin Bloomvale was? Not really. So he could have been paid off by the nobility to write those books. No. Someone who did that could never write something so beautiful. I'll grant you that it's likely he played into harmful stereotypes about necromancers, but I'm sure it was just an unfortunate mistake. I'm sure there are historical records that will note his many good deeds and contributions to society. Maybe if I show Wallace that, he'll understand that he wasn't all that bad. Sure. I looked over to her. She was already shuffling toward the entrance of the library. All right, let's just go. Woohoo! She barely acknowledged me. She flung open the doors to the library and ran inside. By the time I entered the library, she was already sitting at a table, her eyes glued to the unpublished manuscript. All right, where to start? Here we go. Corin Bloomvale's autobiography. 1 hour later. Isn't an autobiography written by the person themselves? So I don't know if that would really be a good source of info for him. That hour flew by. I still couldn't finish. Oh my god. How many books did you get? He was a steel one, Celeste. What? He wasn't just paid by the nobility, he was of the nobility. Was that in the historical records? No, it's all one giant conspiracy. Oh no. Gets on, or pulls out tinfoil hat. No, I mean, it could be though. I don't know, let's see what he has to say. I found his old submissions to writing competitions that he'd made up under his, or that he'd made under his original name. The prose he used back then matches his style too closely. It's uncanny when you compare them. Some of these submissions even contain story elements that he later used and polished in Wraithbound. How did you even... His real name was Lorenzo Steelwind, born in the year 208. He deserted the army and was disowned by his family, but they paid him off, Celeste. They saw that the masses liked his writing. They corrupted him. They used his artistry as a weapon to turn the public against the necromancers. And he just went with it. He dangled his inheritance in front of him like a carrot on a stick. Tyrion, what in the actual hell? We've only been here for an hour. I know. I just had more time. I could find enough evidence to prove this once and for all. I'm sure if I can take a few more hours to... What? Tyrion, no! Wallace's trial is tomorrow morning. Scaled Lord. How could I forget? It's fine. Let's just... Wallace will want to hear about what I found. Oh, Tyrion. Okay, whatever. Let's just go home. Naught could remain concealed, Celeste. Sure, Tyrion. You did great. Good job. Naught could remain concealed. Dang, he really got fired up about that. I sort of feel bad for him because, like, the guy he looked up to so much is actually terrible. But at the same time, it's funny how just crazy he went about that. And he didn't really seem to be too down. He just really got into it. Trying to uncover the truth. I think I'm actually going to stop here for today. Now that we've gotten a part break. Because I don't know, it feels like this is going to go on for a while longer yet. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this today anyway. So, yeah, I think we're going to call it here. Hopefully, next week we'll be able to finish this and maybe move on to the next case. I don't know, we'll see how long it takes exactly. But that's interesting. Also, I've been sort of wondering about Eris. Like... I don't know, if I assume Eris is the one behind the mind control stuff. I wonder what that's about. So many questions. This will give me much to think upon. Well, I guess I've done pretty much all my thinking already. I don't know, I need more clues. I'm leaning toward the headmaster using the constructs to facilitate this murder, but I don't know. I don't know if Eris has a bigger part in this. Well, Eris could be behind whoever's the actual murderer. Like if she's doing more mind control stuff. So it probably wasn't her that actually committed the murder. All the people say they were, like, controlled or whatever. It's like they're freed after they're caught. Oh. Wait. Oh. Yeah, there's been the absence of Ruby Timora. I hope she didn't get mind control or something. Yeah, she's been gone for quite a while now. You neither hide nor hair of her. Yeah, there's so many loose threads. I feel like we'll probably have this trial and then another trial even. Yeah. Anyway. Those are my musings. Gonna call it here. We'll probably continue next Sunday. I don't know of anything off the top of my head that will keep me from doing that. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. You can always find those links in the About section of my Twitch or underneath the socials banner. And for anybody watching the VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. But, plan for this week. Oh, that's right, I still don't know what I'm going to do Thursday. Gotta figure out what I'm going to do Thursday, but tomorrow will be more Honkai Impact 3rd. Could finish up chapter 41, and into 42, maybe. Tuesday, I want to finish up Kanto 9.5 in Limbus. Like I said, I still got to figure out Thursday. And Friday will be more Trails from Zero. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. Have a great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.